attention, please. Honorable député.
Honourable members.
Honorable député.
Honourable members.
Honorable members. Honorable député.
Honourable members.
May I please have your attention? I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to open the first session of the 43rd Parliament of Canada at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 5th day of December 2019. Yours sincerely, Assumpta de Lorenzo. Honorable député.
Honourable members, I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to open the first session of the 43rd Parliament of Canada at 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 5th day of December 2019. Yours sincerely, Assunta Di Lorenzo.
Justin, where's Ralph? Ralph around? Anybody seen Ralph?
Mr. Clerk, a message from the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor-General. Monsieur de Greffier, a message.
Clerk, a messenger from the Right Honourable Governor-General.
Admit the messenger. Faites entrer le messager.
Admit the messenger.
Honourable membres,
Honourable members of the House of Commons, it is the desire of the Right Honourable Her Excellency the Governor-General that this Honourable House will be in the House of Senate.
it is the desire of the Right Honourable, the Deputy of the Governor-General, that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate.
members, honorables députés,
Honorable members,
pursuant to Standing Order 3, I invite Mr. Plamondon, member for the electoral district of Bécancour-Nicolas Sorel, to take the chair as the member presiding over the election of the Speaker. Conformément
pursuant to Standing Order 3, I invite Mr. Plamondon, member for the electoral district of Bécancour-Nicolas Sorel, to take the chair as the member presiding over the election of the Speaker.
Merci. Je suis très heureux.
Well, I'm very pleased to be able to preside for a fourth time over this. It's almost become a habit for me. And I'm starting to like this chair. Much of my comments will be in French, which will allow you to benefit from the great talents of the interpreters that we have here in the House of Commons.
Vous me permettrez.
Before starting the official ceremony, I want to recognize my family who are watching. I'd like to recognize the voters in my riding who have elected me for an 11th consecutive time. Afterwards, I learned that 11 consecutive elections is actually equal to the record of Sir Wilfrid Laurier in 1904. So it's been a while since that happened. I'd also like to recognize my staff, who have done extraordinary work over the last few years with me. I'd like to thank all of the voters, and I'd like to congratulate all of you and welcome the new faces here. You'll find that things go by very quickly here. When I was elected, there were no cell phones, there was no IT, there were no fax machines. It was paradise, really. So let's get started.
Members who have withdrawn or who are ineligible as candidate is available at the table. The list of candidates has also been placed on each member's desk and is also available at the table. Avant de procéder,
Before we begin, I want to invite any member whose name is on the list of candidates, but who does not want to stand for election, to rise and inform the chair accordingly.
donc les 5
So the 5 on the list will remain candidates. Pursuant to Standing Order 3.1, the House will proceed to speeches from each candidate for the speakership.
standing order are any usual procedure and practice adopted by this House, and to help the new members to identify the candidates for the office of Speaker, je vais reconnaître en ordre.
I will recognize in alphabetical order each candidate by name and by electoral district.
The last candidate to address the House completes his or her speech. I will leave the chair for 30 minutes, after which members will proceed to the election of the Speaker. Now, I invite Monsieur Joël Godin, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for the electoral district of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Merci, l'honorable.
Thank you to the Honourable Speaker and dear colleagues.
Congratulating the women and men here in this chamber. You have been chosen to represent all the regions of Canada. All the energy and efforts you invested have given you this opportunity to represent the citizens of your constituency to your credit. I would also like to take this opportunity to offer my deepest condolences to the Speaker of the 42nd Parliament of Canada and to his family following the passing of his father, the Honourable Gerald Reagan. Ma passion vient de mon grand.
My passion comes from my grandfather, Mr. Bélanger, who was a speaker in 1962. I'm very pleased that I was able to be elected in 2015, and I was reelected in 2019 for the second time. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the citizens of the beautiful riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for placing their trust in me. Elected officials have many passions. We all want to contribute to the well-being of Canadians and to leave a better country to future generations. As a father, this is something that affects me deeply. There are many differences and also similarities in this group of people in the House of Commons. Our democratic system in Canada allows us to have a great degree of openness, and I think that our system is the envy of many countries in the world.
As a system of government in which all the people of a country can vote to elect the representatives. In his well-known Gettysburg Address, the American President Abraham Lincoln said that democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. The words ending this quote are the ones that we must never forget on our work for the people. Alors, il y aura...
There will be many issues that will be hotly debated in this House, and that's normal in a healthy democracy. So let's have those debates. But it's important that this is done respectfully and fairly. I have a lot of esteem for all of my colleagues. I respect their dedication and their hard work. And I commit to ensure that there is civility in this House and that fair solutions are applied.
2019-2022, the values of the House administration are defined as impartiality, excellence, accountability, our people, and teamwork. These values mean a great deal to me. There are several high-quality people here today looking to sit in the Speaker's chair. So why choose me? To be a Speaker of the House and someone who meets the highest standards of our institution, one needs to have the qualities of a mediator and be able to listen, show respect, judgment, leadership, be open-minded, loyal, have integrity, and, on occasion, deal with things with humor. Je crois sincèrement.
I sincerely believe that I have those qualities that would allow me to sit in the chair. I have a lot of experience, for example, 10 years managing a private television company. I created a small business, AJC Communication. I was also a municipal councillor. I worked in a provincial legislature. And I have sat on a number of corporate boards, including l'Université Laval. I also spent a number of years as a mediator for various ports.
Of fairness, here is something to consider before you make your final choice. The official language of Canada are English and French. The last time the duties of the Speaker of this House were given to a Francophone born in Quebec go back to more than 65 years ago. It would only be fair to elect a Speaker born in the Lower Canada province, in this case Quebec, and one who speaks French. It would be an honor for me to receive the support of the members of this House. And sincere thank you for your attention and consideration. Bonne 43e.
Enjoy the 43rd Parliament.
J'invite maintenant Carole Hou.
I now call upon Carol Hughes, the Honourable Member for the Electoral District of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup pour l'opportunité.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. First of all, I want to acknowledge the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people that we are on today. I want to congratulate everyone on being elected as well.
Take a moment to express my gratitude to the voters of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for placing their trust in me once again to be their representative and voice here in Parliament. Like all of you, I didn't get here without a lot of assistance. I'm thinking of campaign teams, volunteers, donors, and core supporters who do so much to invigorate the democratic process and determine the shape of Parliament. These people exist across the political spectrum and are the heartbeat of our political discourse. With that, I extend a huge thank you to all of those individuals who have worked so hard to get us here today. I would also send a special shout out to my good friend Bill McBain, who has managed 3 of my campaigns with an infectious positive attitude and sense of humility that sets him apart. Most of us also benefit from the strong support we receive from our families, and my situation is no different. My husband Keith, daughter Mindy and her family, along with my son Sean, who's here today, to provide me with a stable foundation that allows me to dedicate the time needed for these endeavors. And last but not least, my staff who kept my offices going during the election. This support is invaluable and irreplaceable, so I thank you for indulging me as I acknowledge these special people. We have heard this Parliament faces a strong challenge from Canadians who want us to make the hand we have been dealt work. A big part of that will run right through the Speaker's chair. There is no question that decorum in the chamber can be a challenge, and this is an area I believe we can all greatly improve upon. While we are 5 candidates who are asking you for your support for the Speaker's role, each one of us brings unique qualities from our past experiences that can help you understand how we might approach the role. Over the years, I gained many skills within the banking, mental health, and education fields, as well as the criminal justice system. However, I came to politics by way of the labor movement, which is where I had the opportunity to gain experience in dispute resolution and employee management relations. That work trained me in mediation and to focus on commonalities as a productive starting point for difficult discussions. I believe my skills in this area could help foster more goodwill between all parties. I know that running from the 4th party position can be seen as unrealistic by some. Add to that the fact that if elected, I would only be the 2nd woman to serve as Speaker, which of course makes this candidacy a long shot by any standard. However, I believe that choosing a Speaker from a smaller party sends a clear signal that we are prepared to do things differently and would serve as a symbol of the kind of cooperation we can be capable of, and that we are serious about making this Parliament work. And that's what Quebecers and Canadians have asked for. Electing a woman as Speaker would do just that. But I am not standing here merely as a woman candidate. I am here because I can do the job. Still, it's been 35 years since this place had its one and only female Speaker, and that was, of course, Jeanne Sauvé, who was actually appointed. We know that research has shown time and again that women excel in politics, do things a little differently, and bring valuable perspective to the process.
Furthermore, I'm not without experience. I'm convinced that in my role as Assistant Deputy Speaker in the last Parliament, I showed that I am capable of being impartial, fair, and open-minded. I've also made decisive rulings when necessary, and I naturally lean toward finding consensus when it comes to important decisions. I'm known for being conscientious and hardworking, two qualities that I think will be very useful in the role of Speaker.
If elected Speaker, I will work to develop clear lines of communications between the parties to ensure we are doing our very best to present a Parliament Canadians and Quebecers can be proud of. This will help us maximize our time spent in the Chamber and give us more time to attend to the multitude of demands we face while in Ottawa. I thank you for your patience and offer my best wishes to my colleagues who are also standing for Speaker. And once again, congratulate you on your elections. No matter the results, I look forward to working with all of you in the 43rd Parliament and delivering the results that Canadians demand and deserve. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Miigwech.
I will now call upon Jeff Regan, the honorable member of the electoral district of Halifax West, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations to you all as we gather for this first sitting of the 43rd Parliament. Félicitations à toutes.
Congratulations to everyone.
Are taking your seats in the House for the first time. Some, like me, have had the honor to be re-elected by their constituents, and in some cases, like I once did, after an involuntary sabbatical. All of us are here because we want to make a positive difference in the lives of our fellow Canadians. For ma part,
personally, I've also had the privilege of serving as Speaker during the 42nd Parliament. And I would be happy to be able to use that experience to serve the House of Commons and its members. As other people noted, I want to mention the high quality of the other candidates today. Throughout my mandate, with the support of many members of the House, I aimed to promote decorum in the House and, when necessary, to limit any behavior that might harm the institution. It was an honor to be chosen as Speaker. I will continue to defend the dignity of Parliament and the rights of members. Canadians expect that we behave professionally and honorably in the tasks that we are charged with carrying out.
Assign these responsibilities to me again, while remembering that the Speaker is the servant of the House. I will continue to use the tools at my disposal. Our constituents look to every member to take the responsibility of self-control. I have often heard from people unhappy with the noise and disrespect that has too often occurred. It is up to each of us and to the House leadership teams, as well as the party leaders themselves, to improve decorum in this place and enhance the image of our democracy. To exercise their rights and to carry out their responsibilities, members rely on the support of the House of Commons administration, which exists to provide them and their staff with the services they need. Quite simply, the MP is the administration's core business. That is why throughout the 42nd Parliament, a number of measures were put in place to improve the support available to members of Parliament so that we could all better serve our constituents. That's what it's all about, after all. From the updated orientation program to new on-site service centers and buildings here in Ottawa that offer members and their staff in-person support related to various operational services, the House administration has been focusing its resources on its reason for being, the MP. It's been almost a year now since members first sat in this interim chamber that now fills the former courtyard of West Block, and preparations for the much-needed rehabilitation of Centre Block are underway. As members and the other occupants of West Block settle in, improvements continue to be made to provide MPs with as modern a workplace as possible. Pour veiller à ce que le bâtiment du Parlement
to ensure that the Parliament heritage meets the needs of the committees. As Speaker, I would involve them in the rehabilitation project. I think that initial consultations with people who will occupy this space are essential to this successful restoration of these heritage buildings. During the 42nd Parliament, I was committed to fulfill my role to the best of my responsibilities as Speaker of the House, and I believe strongly in this. My hope for you, my colleagues, well, I hope you will give me the job of serving the House of Commons as the Speaker of the 43rd Parliament. Thank you very much. I will now call upon Anthony Rota, the Honourable Member for the Electoral District of Nipissing-Timiskaming, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Dean. Good morning.
All of you, those of you coming into this chamber for the first time, welcome.
For all those who are returning, welcome back.
Congratulations on earning the confidence of the constituents in your riding. Undoubtedly, you will represent them well in this chamber. I was first elected in 2004 and have been through 3 minority governments. Since then, I have a real appreciation of what we are about to experience. Yet, after all these years, I'm still in awe of this place and immensely honored to represent the people of Nipissing-Timiskaming and to work with each and every one of you.
This morning, a very important second election is taking place, the selection of a Speaker of this chamber. Since I was elected for the first time, I have been available and open to discussions with my colleagues, regardless of their political stripes. I intend to continue this approach in my role as Speaker if elected. My door will always be open.
I've had the opportunity to speak with many of you. Thank you for taking the time to discuss with me what you believe is working in these revered halls, and especially how you believe we can improve the operations of Parliament. I look forward to working with you should I be elected as Speaker. The concern expressed most often by you was maintaining order and respect within the chamber. Standing orders and precedents have a lot to do with how we can enforce the decorum. However, the pertinent factor to maintaining decorum is how the rules are implemented and enforced by the Speaker. Maintaining a balance between the rights to express oneself while respecting the dignity of others is key. I believe that the Speaker's personality is a core component to ensuring that we have a respectful House.
It would be difficult to give you an idea of what my abilities are in the few minutes that I have today, because you've seen me in my position over the past 4 years, and I'm confident that my performance was a strong one as Assistant Deputy Chair, and I was fair.
You who are new to this place, I encourage you to speak with those who have seen me in my role as Assistant Deputy Speaker and discuss my ability while I was in the chair. The terms that I hear when speaking with many of you describe my performance as firm, respectful, effective, and above all else, fair. Many of you suggested having more activities where we can get to know each other. One very simple example that I am committed to implementing is having regular gatherings with small groups of MPs from different parties to get to know each other on a personal level. A practice that I was very familiar with under the Speaker, Peter Milliken, and plan to continue. One of my first actions will be adopting an idea put forward by the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, who came up with a great suggestion, a suggestion box. Members will be able to continue to submit ideas on how we can improve the House. If elected, I will be installing one as soon as I can get one built. All members of this House have the right to a voice and their opinion to be heard. J'encouragerai plus de...
I will encourage more meetings with House leaders, whips, and, of course, members to ensure that our institution has harmonious parliamentary procedures based on cooperation and, above all, respect. Canada is a bilingual country, and the Speaker of the House must be able to speak easily in French or in English. Learning a language is very important, but the secret of understanding a people is to live its culture and to understand what it means to live this culture daily.
Working collaboratively, we can improve decorum, process, and overall operations of this House. I agree. I have a great deal of respect for this institution and all of its members, and believe that all members should take part in improving our procedures. The upcoming parliamentary session will certainly be interesting. Canadians have chosen us to come to Ottawa to represent them and to perform our duties to the best of our abilities. Je me présente pour la présidence.
I'm running for the Speaker of the House of Commons, and I'm ready to work with each of you. I would ask you, therefore, to vote respectfully for me at this very important morning.
For your vote this morning. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you.
And now I will invite Bruce Standen, the member of the electoral district of Simcoe North, to address the House for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, it's an honor to speak in this chamber. As you know, for the next few minutes, I'm going to provide some thoughts for members' consideration in choosing our Speaker for this 43rd Parliament. But first, let me take a moment to congratulate all those taking their seats for the first time in this House of Commons and all those who were re-elected in October. It will be a privilege to serve with you all. I can recall my first days here as an MP and the great sense of wonder as the reality began to sink in as to how it was that I found myself here. Well, as we begin our duties, it is right that we ask not just how we got here, but why we are here. Whether in government or in opposition, we have a duty. We are here to oversee, question, and hold to account the undertakings of government and Parliament on behalf of and for Canadians. The ability of the members to do this depends on our standing orders and practices and the interpretation of them by the Speaker. I am running to be your Speaker because I believe I can assist all members in the discharge of their responsibilities to Canadians. I promise impartiality and respect for all members at all times. J'occupe le fauteuil du...
I have been a Speaker since 2011. For 4 years, I was Assistant Deputy Speaker when the Honourable Member for Regina-Capelle was Speaker. And I was then Deputy Speaker for 4 years when the Honourable Member for Halifax West was Speaker. It was an honour to work with them. Before I got involved in politics, I was in charge of a family company, a family enterprise that ran chalets in Ontario. And I was a good employer, and I was very fair. I had respect for my clients, for my coworkers, my suppliers, and even my competitors. This experience was very useful to me as Deputy Speaker, and I would like to take advantage of this as in my role as Speaker. Members who were re-elected may remember that when I arrived in the House of Commons in 2006, I didn't speak a word of French. I took classes offered by the Linguistic Services Program, and I now have functional knowledge of my second language that I constantly strive to improve. As Speaker, I will ensure to make English and French my daily working languages, and also the languages of those in my office and both outside of the House of Commons as well.
Rightly tends to focus on procedure and proceedings in this chamber. But the Speaker has another role that should be part of members' consideration as they mark their ballot today, and that is the well-being of Parliament as a community. We all have our differences, and we are here to express them in a civil and courteous way. My pledge to you is that I will foster our community and a respectful tone and decorum in this chamber, so that at the end of this Parliament, whether it be long or short, members will be able to say that their experience in this 43rd Parliament was a positive one and that their friendships stretch beyond party boundaries. And when members return to their ridings, that the work of this chamber reflects the expectations Canadians have for their Parliament. We should never let up in our pursuit of strengthening Parliament and ensuring its members are well served, because if we can do that, your constituents will also be well served. Je demande votre appui.
I'd like to ask you for your support and thank you for your attention.
Before I suspend the sitting for 30 minutes, je signale aux honorables députés.
I bring to the attention of honourable members that the bells to call the members back to the House will be sounded for not more than 5 minutes. The sitting is suspended.
Of the chair. 30 minutes. T'as pas ta caméra avec toi? Attends, tantôt.
Order.
Conformément
Pursuant to the standing orders, the House will now proceed to elect a Speaker. The names of the eligible candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order.
as opened the envelope containing the ballots, I will suggest a method of proceeding which will help to accelerate the voting process. We have the envelope. Je le dirai pas, no rabbit. Je répète que les noms.
We'll repeat that the names of eligible candidates are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order. After the clerk has opened the envelope containing the ballots, I will suggest a method of proceeding which will help to accelerate the voting process. So now the clerk will bring forward the ballots.
Presque du balai. We are now prepared to begin to vote according to the provision of Standing Order 4. Please allow me outline the procedure for the honorable members. Les noms des candidats.
The names of the candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order. To vote, you must rank the candidates in the order of preference, placing the number 1 in the space next to your first choice candidate, the number 2 next to your second choice candidate, and so on, until you have ranked all candidates for whom you wish to vote. Please note that it is not necessary to rank all candidates.
Je vais le répéter en anglais.
I'll repeat this in English.
Of the candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order. To vote, you must rank the candidate in the order of preference, placing the number 1 in the space next to your first choice candidate, the number 2 next to your second choice candidate, and so on until you have ranked all candidates for whom you wish to vote. Please note that it's not necessary to rank all candidates.
In order to vote, I will ask that members leave their desk, exit through the curtains, and
leave their desk, exit through the curtains, and come to the table using the doors on the left and the right side of the chair. There and there. Okay? Bureau. Of the chair on their respective side of the house. A clerk will issue to each member a ballot paper. Donc,
So, you will have to take the doors on the left and right side of the chair on your side of the house, and a clerk will issue each member with a ballot paper.
Ballot. Members are asked to leave the voting area. Les députés peuvent maintenant.
The polling booths are now open to vote.
members who have not voted and wish to do so, will they please vote now? Je demanderai aux honorables.
If there are any honourable members who have not voted and wish to do so, will they please vote now?
Autres députés qui n'ont pas voté.
Are there any other members who have not voted?
Vous avez voté?
You voted?
D'accord. All members have voted. I do now instruct the clerk to proceed with the counting of the ballots after I have cast my ballot. Tous les députés ayant voté.
All members having voted, I do now instruct the clerk to proceed with the counting of the ballots after I have cast my ballot.
Mon vote. Before I suspend the sitting, je signale aux députés.
May I bring to the attention of honourable members that when the counting of the ballots has been completed, the bells to call the members back to the House will be sounded.
Chair. À l'ordre.
Order.
Je vois que tout le monde.
I see that everyone is seated.
Vous savez, plusieurs.
As you know, a number of members asked how you could be a member of this place for 35 years in a row. So I have 3 little pieces of advice just quickly. First of all, you have to manage your frustration. And politics is a series of frustrations, as you will see for those of you who are new, especially. The second thing is to be able to speak intelligently and in a prepared fashion. And I'll tell you a brief anecdote about that. When I arrived in '84, I made 3 statements in the first month were contrary to my party's line. And an old senator at the first caucus said, "I'd like to speak to you." I say he was old. Nowadays, I don't think he was really that old. But he said, do you want to be in politics for a long time? And I said, yes. And he said, well, look on my wall. And I looked at his wall, and he had a stuffed fish on the wall. He said, if this fish, if it had shut its mouth, it would still be alive.
En politique, a-t-il ajouté, c'est un peu pareil. Alors.
So it's the same in politics. And my third piece of advice that I wanted to give you was do politics because you enjoy serving your constituents, because you enjoy the dedication. Never get into politics for recognition or acknowledgement. If you want recognition, I would advise you instead to get yourself a dog. Okay, moving along.
J'ai maintenant informed the House that the Speaker in the House has been duly elected. It's with great pleasure that I do now invite the honourable member for the electoral district of. C'est avec grand plaisir.
It is with great pleasure.
J'aime bien le fauteuil.
I really like sitting up here.
J'invite.
That I now invite the honourable member for the electoral district of Anthony Riota to take the chair.
I invite the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to escort the Honourable Member for the Electoral District of Nipissing-Timiskaming au fauteuil. Allez, il est là.
To the chair.
Allez vous faire.
Go ahead.
Au bas, allez à l'arrière. Vous savez que selon la tradition,
you know that according to tradition, it's a very dangerous position, and that's why the Speaker is not supposed to be very happy about being
dragged up to the chair. So we'll see whether the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition are able to convince him otherwise. He was afraid.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Before I say a few words,
read these official remarks first. Honorable Député.
Honorable members, I beg to return my humble acknowledgements to the House for the great honor you have been pleased to confer upon me by choosing me to be your Speaker.
I beg to return my humble acknowledgements to the House for the great honor you have been pleased to confer upon me by choosing me to be your Speaker. And while I was waiting, I kind of put down a few notes here, so if they look kind of scratchy, there's a reason for it. I just want to say thank you, merci beaucoup, miigwech, to all of you. Et j'aimerais premièrement féliciter.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the others who put their names forward.
Felt thanks to the member for Halifax North, who allowed me in the last session to be Assistant Deputy Speaker, and it was an honor then, and I owe a great deal to him personally. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North, who as Deputy Speaker was an amazing, amazing person to follow and ask for any guidance. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, who served with me as Assistant Deputy Speaker. And she did amazing work. And again, thank you for letting your name stand. Et l'honorable député de...
And the Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you for having let your name stand. It's a real honor to have someone who perhaps is less experienced, but who wants to make the House better, to have someone like that run. Thank you so much for letting your name stand.
You had 5 very good, and maybe I shouldn't include my own name in there, but I'd like to say there was 5 very good choices, and it wasn't easy. So I thank all of you for taking the time and going through it, and actually coming up with a decision which was, well, very favorable, but but thank you for taking that time and coming out to do this. Et merci au doyen.
And thank you to the Dean, the Honourable Member for Nicolas Sorel, for having presided over the election of the Speaker. He did it very well. I'm starting to think that he's a regular at this, actually. So congratulations and thank you.
AOC.
And there's another group who sometimes are not given enough thanks. And that's the group of people sitting around the table, the clerks. Thank you to you for having overseen the election.
And again, I want to thank all of you for giving me the biggest honor of my political career, being here chosen as Speaker. Thank you. Merci beaucoup à vous tous.
Thank you to you all.
I want to thank you for the confidence that you've placed in me, and I hope that I won't disappoint you. And remember that I'm here to serve you and make sure that everything runs well for all of us so that we can conduct the business of Parliament and make sure that it works well. My promise is to be fair, it's to be nonpartisan, and to do my best in this House at your service. Indulge me for a moment. Some of you may not understand what I'm about to say, but I'm very proud to be the first Speaker of Italian descent to sit in this chair. And I'm sorry your translators won't help with this, but voglio prendere qualche istante per ringraziare tutti quelli che sono venuti prima di me. Avete fatto molto. Sapete che non è sempre stato facile essere italiani in Canada, però avete fatto la strada e per questo i vostri figli adesso avanzano e vi fanno onore. A voi tutti vi ringrazio e ne sono riconoscente. Grazie. Bravo! Now, nous avons tous des enfants.
We all have children. Well, not all of us, but a lot of us do. We all have families and friends who may be watching us on television.
Family and children watch us on television on a regular basis. Now, I told you that I promised that I will be fair to the best of my ability and try to make sure that everything runs smoothly. I ask one favor of all of you. Just think every time you get up, let's make sure that our friends, family, and children, parents, are all proud of us when they're in this house. That's all I ask. Now, speaking of children, my daughter would have been here today, but she wrote her last exam this morning, and I'm very proud of her. She's graduating from university, so I'm very thrilled. Samantha, she means the world to me, so I just want to say, Samantha, I love you and I'm proud of you. This is where it gets tough, because I'm looking up. I know I'm not supposed to look up at I'm allowed now. I can do whatever I want. Yes. A very special lady sitting up there, my wife Chantal. Chantal, mon épouse.
Chantal, my wife.
Qui est là, et c'est pas...
She's there, and you know, it's not always easy being the spouse of a member of parliament or of any politician, because sometimes when the insults come out, they can be taken personally. So I want to thank Chantal, and I want to thank all of the spouses of politicians in Canada who understand what political life is really like, and you know, who have persisted and stayed in the relationship. I want to thank them on behalf of all of us here, I think.
Et voilà, nous voilà.
So here we are. It's time to get to work. It's time to get to work for our constituents, for Parliament, and for Canada. I'd like to thank you
for this honor. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the government, all our colleagues in this House, I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations for you on your election. Today's vote speaks to the confidence the members have in you. I'd also like to begin by thanking our esteemed colleagues who ran for the position. Canadians are fortunate to have such dedicated people serving them in Parliament. I would be remiss not to give an especial thank you to our dear friend from Halifax West, who served this House extraordinarily well and honourably for the past 3 years as Speaker. Permettez-moi aussi de prendre.
Allow me to take a moment here as well, since this is the first time I'm rising in this 43rd Parliament, to thank the people of Papineau, who once again placed their trust in me. I've been representing them for the last 10 years in this House, and for the 4th time, they chose to place their trust in me, and I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I will work very hard to represent them. Mr. Speaker, last October, Canadians placed their trust in us. They're counting on us to represent not only their interests, but also their values. I know that over the course of the last few months, the 338 members taking their seat today had the privilege of meeting with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Regardless of our political allegiance, we've all seen that there are values that unite us. Canadians are hardworking, generous, and ambitious. They get involved in their communities. They come to the help of those who need it.
The Canadians agree on everything. In a country as big and diverse as ours, it's normal for people to disagree and engage in heated debate. But Canadians meet each other with respect and understanding. And when it's time to make things happen for their family or their community, they know how to put their differences aside. They expect nothing less from their members of Parliament, and rightfully so. They sent us here with clear instructions to work together to make life better for them, to keep our communities safe and our economy growing, to protect our environment and create more opportunities for people to get ahead. Common ground does exist in this Parliament, and I know we can build on it. Mr. Speaker, in the best of worlds, the leader of the official opposition and I would not have had to put you in that chair. We would respect your wishes and leave you seated among us, but I'm afraid this House needs you. Ça fait maintenant plus.
For over 10 years now, I've had the privilege of sitting in the House of Commons, and I know that debates can get heated very quickly. Colleagues on both sides of this House know that that's the case as well.
Has a responsibility to respect the civility of this place. Canadians chose each and every one of us to be guardians of this Parliament, and we must live up to the distinct privilege that comes with serving Canadians. I am a third-generation parliamentarian, and what that emphasizes for me personally, as it does for many people in this House who have had friends, mentors, and family members who've sat here, is that we get to occupy these seats for a blink in time in the life of this country. We occupy positions of extraordinary privilege representing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens, being their voice, serving them directly. And while we occupy these extraordinary seats, it is on us to continue to strive every day to represent them and serve them well. So, while I know, though, that every member will strive to ensure constructive and therefore productive debates, there will be times where our differences will get the best of us and have us get carried away. And we will then look to you, Mr. Speaker, Parliament's referee, to keep us in line. I know you to be uniquely qualified to assume this role, a belief, obviously, many of our colleagues in this House share as well. Monsieur le Président, encore une fois,
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to give you my deepest congratulations on your election. You are more than fit for this honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good luck.
Merci à vous, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
The leader of the official opposition.
Here. Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. Je vous...
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you on your election. Personally and on behalf of my party, and I'm sure we'll be working with you and supporting you in your function.
The Conservative Caucus congratulates you on your election. And as this is my first time rising in the 43rd Parliament, I would also like to congratulate each and every one of my 337 colleagues here on having respectfully won the right and the responsibility of representing their constituents in this House. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the voters of Regina Qu'Appelle for their continued confidence in me to be their elected representative. I won't repeat many of the words that the Prime Minister said, but I too would like to congratulate the other candidates who ran for Speaker. You all acquitted yourself with dignity and grace and gave members of this House a difficult choice in who to vote for. But thank you for your participation. And again, thank you to the member for Halifax West for presiding over the previous Parliament with such great ability. The Speaker must serve the House first. It is the Speaker's responsibility to ensure that all members can exercise their rights and privileges in the House. The Speaker's authority comes from all the members, and that allows the House to function properly. The robes you take on, or that you will put back on, having had a set from the previous Parliament, are symbols of a few things. The neutral colors of black and white to denote your detachment from party affiliation. The old-style Queen's Council robes and wig bag are a sign of the unbreaking traditions that are the foundation of parliamentary practice. You will represent the collective rights and responsibilities of members while you are in the chair, but you will also represent our Parliament in several ways around the world. And I have great confidence that you will do so with the dignity and professionalism that being the Speaker of a G7 country warrants. You know, many people who have run for Speaker in the past and many of the formulas that the Speaker reads in various settings in this place come from a very famous Speaker, William Lenthal, who was Speaker in 1640. And he had the very famous quote that says, when the King came in to demand to know the whereabouts of certain members of Parliament who had committed treason, he replied saying, "May it please your Majesty, I have neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as the House is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am here. And I humbly ask pardon that I cannot give any other answer to what your Majesty is so pleased to demand of me." Now, he was Speaker in 1640, and he presided over what became known as the Long Parliament. That Parliament lasted over 10 years. Now, thankfully, here in Canada, we don't have to worry about that anymore. And with the results of the last election, you may well be presiding over a short Parliament. But you can count on our cooperation on one thing. Regardless of the length of this Parliament, the Conservative Party will do our best to make sure that it is a productive Parliament on behalf of the Canadians we serve. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you. Congratulations to your wife, Chantal. I did not realize that you were the first Speaker of Italian origin, so Cent'anni. Congratulations.
I want to thank the honourable leader of the official opposition. And just to translate, if any of you are wondering what he toasted, he didn't want the 10 years, but he said 100 anni, which means 100 years. So thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised that I'm going to mention that this is the first time I'm speaking in this House. I consider it an honor, a very important honor, and I will undoubtedly keep a strong memory of this event. First of all, I would like to warmly thank the voters of Belleuil-Chambly who placed their trust in me. And I also want to thank the voters in Quebec who placed their trust in a very large contingent of Bloc Québécois members. So I would like to thank them. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to give you my warm congratulations as well. We've had the opportunity to speak just very briefly in the last few days, and I have gleaned that you have as much dignity as is required for this office, and that you will command the respect of all members of Parliament, including, I can reassure you, that of the members of the Bloc Québécois. We committed to ensuring that the work in this Parliament is conducted in a spirit of respect and dignity. Respect for institutions, respect for the colleagues that we may disagree with from time to time. But those disagreements should never justify any behavior that is impolite or undignified, given that Canadians elected each one of the 338 people sitting in this House. The Bloc Québécois will support you, and we will always listen to what you have to say. Finally, I would like to underline that we committed to working in a positive way as we deal with various issues. We always want to defend the interests of Quebec, of course, but we don't stand against the interests of Canada. And in that spirit, we will have a positive attitude toward all of the colleagues in this House. So, once again, congratulations, and thank you for listening.
I would like to thank the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Be South.
Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of our members and on behalf of the NDP. You have such an important role to play, and I have great confidence that you will fulfill it.
To congratulate all members in this House and all Canadians who participated in the election, and congratulate you on having the opportunity and the privilege to serve in this House. Congratulations, félicitations.
Congratulations.
You also will permit me a moment to say that I am truly honored and humbled to again have the honor to serve the people of Burnaby South, and I want to thank them for continuing to put their confidence in me. Monsieur le Président, je veux aussi...
Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank and congratulate all the other candidates for their appointment.
The member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, for putting her name forward. I agree when the member spoke about the importance of women being in positions of power, and it would have been a beautiful thing to see her in the seat, but again, congratulations to you, sir. I want to highlight the fact that Canadians sent a pretty powerful message in this election. They sent us here in a minority government. And a lot of responsibility will fall on your shoulders, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that in a minority government, all voices are heard, all voices are respected. And while Canadians sent a message of a minority government, they also sent a message they want us to work together. But not just for any purpose. They want Parliament to work for people, because those at the top have for far too long had too powerful of a voice. So I call on you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the people have a voice in this chamber, that the people of Canada are who we work for. And so I congratulate you on your election, and I congratulate all members on returning. I look forward to working in this minority government, but making sure that this government serves the will and the needs of the people who brought us here. Thank you so much. Bravo.
want to thank the Honourable Member for Burnaby South for his kind words. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. For the first time, I will speak directly to you. All my colleagues as well. Congratulations to everyone.
To take prendre la parole maintenant.
It's an honor for me to speak.
In the beginning of our first hours in the 43rd Parliament, I want to begin by acknowledging that every single day we will meet on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin peoples, and to them we all say miigwech for patience and tolerance and hospitality. And let's hope that's one of the issues on which we can agree and make progress in this Parliament towards true reconciliation. I also want to thank, of course, the electors, the voters of Saanich Gulf Islands. It is indeed an honor to be able to stand here representing such an extraordinary place and such deeply engaged citizens as live in Saanich Gulf Islands, and permit me as well specifically to thank the voters of Fredericton and the voters of Nanaimo Ladysmith, that I no longer sit alone in a corner over there, but with three in a corner over here. This is extremely exciting progress.
I would like to say something about the topic of respect, about discipline here, about dignity, and about all the rights that the Speaker respects and upholds for us.
The official opposition has pointed out the job of the Speaker is to protect the rights of every single member of Parliament. In this place, in Westminster parliamentary democracy, all members of Parliament are equal. The Prime Minister is seen as first among equals, and it is to the Speaker that we turn to protect those rights and protect our essential equality. The biggest threat to our equality as individual members of Parliament is the political party system, which increasingly imposes itself on the traditions of Westminster parliamentary democracy. Some of you may know this, and for those new members of Parliament may not know, that we're the only Parliament in the Westminster democratic tradition where the choice of who speaks has been voluntarily ceded by many speakers to party whips. Although in every other Westminster parliamentary tradition and house, it is the Speaker only who decides which member of Parliament may be acknowledged to have the floor of this place. And I would hope that we can work together to ensure that we push back the partisanship that gets in our way and find ways, human to human, each to each, with respect and dignity, and may I say love, that we find ways to work together, but we do it with always recognizing that it is you, Mr. Speaker, who protects our rights to speak our minds, and to speak on behalf of our ridings, our constituents, and not with pre-prepared messages from party whips behind the doors. We are here as equals. We have a right to speak. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask all parties to join in an effort to recognize that the problem of heckling, the problem of lack of discipline, the problem of lack of respect doesn't come because we can't control ourselves. The
problem isn't with us. The problem is with the system. There's partisanship in the political world. And please, everyone, in your own caucuses, require your whips to leave us as members, like the Speaker has said,
in the ways we want our children to see us on television, our nieces, our nephews, our grandchildren. And to you, Mr. Speaker, my most sincere congratulations. Thank you. And again, to my friend Halifax West, thank you for the years you put in as Speaker. You did a wonderful job. Let's hope for the best in this 43rd Parliament, that we find ways to work together. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As the Honourable Member's humble servant, I thank the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows.
2019, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Her Excellency the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 2:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 5th day of December 2019. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, Her Excellency will proceed to the chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 43rd Parliament of Canada. Signed, yours sincerely, Assunta Di Lorenzo. November
28th, 2019. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 2:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 5th day of December 2019. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, Her Excellency will proceed to the chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 43rd Parliament of Canada. Yours sincerely, Assunta Di Lorenzo.
The sitting is suspended until 2:30 p.m., at which time the House will proceed to the Senate, where Her Excellency will open the first session of the 43rd Parliament. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Order! I'll just wait till everyone sits down. You folks did that really well. I hope this continues for a while. The sitting of the House will now resume to await the arrival of the usher of the Black Rod. I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at, it says 2:30 here, okay, at 2:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 5th day of December 2019, when it has been indicated that all is in readiness. Her Excellency will proceed to the chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 43rd Parliament of Canada.
I have the honor to inform the chamber that that we have received the following communication. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 2:30 p.m. on Thursday, the 5th day of December 2019. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, Her Excellency will proceed to the chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 43rd Parliament of Canada. Yours sincerely, and now we will wait a few moments until we receive some visitors. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency the Governor General.
Faites entrer le messager.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this honorable House attend her immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le...
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this honorable chamber attend immediately to Her Excellency in the Senate chamber.
May it please Your Excellency, the House of Commons has elected me their Speaker. Though I'm but little able to fulfill the important duties thus assigned to me, if the performance of those duties I should at any time fall into error, I pray the fault may be imputed to me and not to the Commons, whose servant I am, and who through me the better to enable them to discharge their duties to their Queen and country, humbly claim all their undoubted rights and privileges, especially that they may have freedom of speech in their debates, access to their Excellency's person at all seasonable times, and that their proceedings may receive from Your Excellency the most favorable construction. Qu'il plaît à Votre Excellence, la Chambre des...
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded by Her Excellency the Governor General, though I am but little able to fulfill the important duties thus assigned to me, if in the performance of those duties I should at any time fall into error, I pray that the fault may be imputed to me, and not to the Commons, whose servant I am, and who, through me, the better to enable them to discharge their duty to their Queen and country, humbly claim all their undoubted rights and privileges, especially that they may have freedom of speech in their debates, access to Your Excellency's person at all seasonable times, and that their proceedings may receive from Your Excellency the most favorable construction.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded by Her Excellency the Governor General to declare to you that she freely confides in the duty and attachment of the House of Commons to Her Majesty's person and government, and not doubting that their proceedings will be conducted with wisdom, temper, and prudence, she grants and upon all occasions will recognize and allow their constitutional privileges. I am commanded also to assure you that the Commons shall have ready access to Her Excellency upon all seasonable occasions, and that their proceedings, as well as your words and actions, will constantly receive from her the most favorable consideration. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded by Her Excellency, the Governor General, to declare to you that she freely confides in the duty and attachment of the House of Commons to Her Majesty's person and government, and not doubting that their proceedings will be conducted with wisdom, temper, and prudence. She grants and upon all occasions will recognize and allow their constitutional privileges. I am commanded also to assure you that the Commons shall have ready access to Her Excellency upon all seasonable occasions, and that their proceedings, as well as your words and actions, will constantly receive from her the most favorable construction.
Honorable Senators, members of the House of Commons, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address this first session of Canada's 43rd Parliament. I would like to welcome the 98 new members of this Assembly and to welcome back returning members.
First sat in Parliament in November 1867. Canada was barely 5 months old. On the scale of world history, we are still young. Yet, much has happened in the world since then. We have matured, and we are here, strong and free. There has been no civil war, no foreign armies marching on our soil. There have been agreements and differences along the way. And lots of arguments, yes, most of them delivered with much eloquence in this very chamber. Notre stabilité tient à de
There are many reasons for our stability. First, millions of us share the same desire. Whether we were born here or chose to come and live here, we wish to live freely and in peace and harmony. This quest is a bedrock of our nation and informs almost everything we do. We may differ in many ways, yet we move forward as one people, looking for equal opportunities and common ground. This is not by accident, but by choice. It is who we are.
That our fortunes have relied often on the knowledge and the strategies of the indigenous peoples, what I call indigenous genius, that allowed this nation to thrive. Their deep understanding of our natural world, their intense sense of community should continue to affect what we do here for the good of our communities and the future of our children. Kiji mkweni magani wiwach misiwe anishnabek achish nigan abinuchi shak ke pimaditi watch. Reconciliation must continue. La deuxième pierre d'assise de notre
The second bedrock of our stability is our parliamentary system. Your work is vital because through it, we decide what we really want as a nation. The network of laws and traditions that define what it means to be Canadian safeguards our way of life and paves the way for the future we desire.
In the democratic process is a privilege and a responsibility. I know that you embrace it, respecting the wishes and protecting the rights of us all. Because we serve every single Canadian. Nous sommes au service de tous les Canadiens.
We serve all Canadians, Canadians of all genders, faiths, languages, customs, or skin colors. It is perhaps the most noble undertaking we are entrusted with. And we share the same planet.
That we are inextricably bound to the same space-time continuum and on board the same planetary spaceship. If we put our brains, our smarts, our altruistic capabilities together, we can do a lot of good. We can help improve the lives of people in our communities, diminish the gaps and inequities here and elsewhere, and have a better chance at tackling serious and pressing issues like climate change, poverty, inequalities, and human rights. Because global issues know no borders, no timeline, and truly need our attention. Je suis persuadée qu'en travaillant de concert,
I am certain that by working together, no challenges are too big.
If they are willing to work with others, to reach higher goals, and to do what is right for the common good. Cet automne, les Canadiens ont...
This fall, Canadians went to the polls, and they returned a minority parliament to Ottawa. This is the will of the people, and you have been chosen to act on it. And so we open this 43rd Parliament with a call for unity in the pursuit of common goals and aspirations. Here, in this beautiful chamber, we recognize that Canada's Senate is increasingly non-partisan, and measures will be taken to help it continue along that path. We are joined by the dedicated public servants who have vowed to work tirelessly on behalf of the people. Canadians have sent a clear message. From young people to seniors, they want their parliamentarians to work together on the issues that matter most to them.
Parliamentarians received a mandate from the people of Canada, which ministers will carry out. It is a mandate to fight climate change, strengthen the middle class, walk the road of reconciliation, keep Canadians safe and healthy, and position Canada for success in an uncertain world. These are not simple tasks, but they are achievable if you stay focused on the people who sent you here. Moms and dads, grandparents and students, new Canadians, business owners, workers, people from all walks of life. Every one of them expect their parliamentarians to get to work and to deliver on a plan that moves our country forward for all Canadians, including women, members of visible and linguistic minorities, people with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ2 communities. While your approaches may differ, you share the common belief that government should try, whenever possible, to make life better for Canadians. That includes better health care and affordable housing, lower taxes for the middle class and those who need it most, investment in infrastructure, public transit, science and innovation, less gun violence, and a real plan to fight climate change while creating good, well-paying jobs. But there are a few areas where this Parliament can make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. And as much as they have instructed you to work together, Canadians have also spoken clearly about the importance of their regions and their local needs. The government has heard Canadians' concern that the world is increasingly uncertain and that the economy is changing. And in this context, regional needs and differences really matter. Today's regional economic concerns are both justified and important. The government will work with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous groups, stakeholders, industry, and Canadians to find solutions. Grâce au dialogue.
With dialogue and cooperation, all regions of this country can overcome the challenges of today and realize their full potential in the modern economy. As the government pursues an ambitious plan to move Canada forward, parliamentarians can draw inspiration from Canadians themselves. Canadians have elected you to do important work, and they model, in actions big and small, how you can be effective parliamentarians. Neighbours helping neighbours, putting community first, finding common ground, forging bonds, and working together. It is in that distinctly Canadian spirit of collaboration that the government and this Parliament will build on the progress of the last mandate and deliver a better Canada for all Canadians.
Children will judge this generation by its action or inaction on the defining challenge of the time, climate change. From forest fires and floods to ocean pollution and coastal erosion, Canadians are living the impact of climate change every day. The science is clear, and it has been for decades. A clear majority of Canadians voted for ambitious climate action now, and this is what the government will deliver. It will continue to protect the environment and preserve Canada's natural legacy, and it will do so in a way that grows the economy and makes life more affordable. The government will set a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. This goal is ambitious, but necessary for both environmental protection and economic growth. The government will continue to lead in ensuring a price on pollution everywhere in this country, working with partners to further reduce emissions. En outre,
the government will also help to make energy-efficient homes more affordable and introduce measures to build clean, efficient, and affordable communities. Make it easier for people to choose zero-emission vehicles. Work to make clean, affordable power available in every Canadian community. Work with business to make Canada the best place to start and grow a clean technology company. And provide help for people displaced by climate-related disasters.
We'll also act to preserve Canada's natural legacy, protecting 25% of Canada's land and 25% of Canada's oceans by 2025. Further, it will continue efforts to reduce plastic pollution and use nature-based solutions to fight climate change, including planting 2 billion trees to clean the air and make our communities greener. And while the government takes strong action to fight climate change, it will also work just as hard to get Canadian resources to new markets and offer unwavering support to the hardworking women and men in Canada's natural resources sector, many of whom have faced tough times recently. Canada's experience proves that economic growth is the surest way to maintain a good quality of life for citizens. Over the past 4 years, Canada has seen tremendous growth, and through it all, the government has worked to ensure that all Canadians benefit from Canada's economic success, cutting taxes, reducing poverty, and creating over 1 million jobs. And in this new mandate, the government will provide even greater support to the middle class and to the most vulnerable Canadians by pursuing tax fairness, continuing to invest in people, and growing the economy. As its first act, the government will cut taxes for all but the wealthiest Canadians, give more money to middle-class families and those who need it most. The government will also act on housing. After drastically reducing poverty across the country in the last mandate, the government will continue its crucial investment in affordable housing. It will also make it easier for more people to buy their first home. The government will give families more time and money to help raise their kids and make before and after school care more accessible and affordable. It will cut the cost of cellular and wireless services by 25%. It will strengthen the pensions so that many seniors rely on and increase the federal minimum wage. Understanding that an educated Canada is a successful Canada, the government will give more support to students, be they new graduates struggling with loan repayment, or be they heading back to school mid-career to learn new skills. Le gouvernement continuera aussi de mener.
The government will also continue delivering on an economic agenda that will grow a modern Canadian economy. This means moving forward with the new NAFTA to maintain a strong and integrated North American economy. On this and other trade agreements, those in the supply management sectors will be fully and fairly compensated, with many farmers in the dairy sector receiving their first checks this month. To ensure fairness for all in the new digital space, the government will review the rules currently in place. The government will remove additional barriers to domestic and international trade for businesses and farmers, continue with ambitious investments in infrastructure, and reduce red tape so that it is easier to create and run a startup or a small business. And the government will pursue a reasonable fiscal plan to keep the economy strong and growing.
Person in Canada deserves a real and fair chance at success. And that must include Indigenous people. In 2015, the government promised a new relationship with Indigenous peoples, one that would help deliver a better quality of life for their families and communities. Real progress has been made over the past 4 years, including the elimination of 87 long-term drinking water advisories, equity in funding for First Nation K-12 education, the passage of historic legislation to protect Indigenous language and to affirm Indigenous jurisdiction over child and family services, and the completion of the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. But we know that there is still much work to do. Reconciliation with Indigenous people remains a core priority for this government, and it will continue to move forward as a partner on the journey of reconciliation. Indeed, when Indigenous people experience better outcomes, all Canadians benefit. Among other things, the government will take action to co-develop and introduce legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the first year of the new mandate. Continue to work of eliminating all long-term drinking water advisories on reserves by 2021 and ensure safe drinking water in First Nations communities. It will co-develop new legislation to ensure that Indigenous people have access to high-quality, culturally relevant healthcare and mental health services. And it will continue to work to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Call for Justice in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Le gouvernement travaillera.
The government will work with Indigenous communities to close the infrastructure gap by 2030. It will continue to move forward together to ensure that Indigenous peoples are in control of their own destiny and making decisions about their communities. It will take new steps to ensure that the government is living up to the spirit and intent of treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements made with Indigenous peoples. It will ensure that Indigenous people who were harmed under the discriminatory child welfare system are compensated in a way that is both fair and timely. And it will continue to invest in Indigenous priorities in collaboration with Indigenous partners. The path to reconciliation is long, but in its actions and interactions, the government will continue to walk it with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples.
Wherever they live, in small rural communities or in big cities, in the foothills of the Rockies or the fishing villages along our coastlines, in the far north or along the Canada-US border, all Canadians want to make Canada a better place for themselves, their children, and their communities. But there are challenges in making that better future a reality. Year after year, headline after headline, Canadians have seen firsthand the devastating effect of gun violence. Too many lives lost, too many families shattered. It is time to show courage and strengthen gun control. The government will crack down on gun crime, banning military-style assault rifles and taking steps to introduce a buyback program. Municipalities and communities that want to ban handguns will be able to do so. And the government will invest to help cities fight gang-related violence. Nous sommes aujourd'hui.
Today, we are on the eve of the 30th anniversary of the horrific killing of 14 women at l'École Polytechnique in Montreal. A day when all Canadians pause to remember and honor those women who were killed because of their gender. And we take stock of the harm that gender-based violence continues to do to Canadian society. The government will take greater steps to address gender-based violence in Canada, building on the gender-based violence strategy and working with partners to develop a national action plan.
Ensuring a better quality of life for Canadians also involves putting the right support in place so that when people are sick, they can get the help they need. The government will strengthen healthcare and work with the provinces and territories to make sure all Canadians get the high-quality care they deserve. The government will work with provinces, territories, health professionals, and experts in industry and academia to make sure that all Canadians can access a primary care family doctor. The government will partner with provinces, territories, and health professionals to introduce mental health standards in the workplace and to make sure that Canadians are able to get mental health care when they need it. And the government will make it easier for people to get the help they need when it comes to opioids and substance abuse. Canadians have seen the widespread harm caused by the use of opioid in this country. More needs to be done, and more will be done. Too often, Canadians who fall sick suffer twice. Once from becoming ill, and again from financial hardship caused by the cost of their medications. Given this reality, pharmacare is the key missing piece of universal health care in this country. The government will take steps to introduce and implement national pharmacare so that Canadians have the drug coverage they need.
Finally, the government will continue to recognize its solemn duty to those who choose to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. In the last mandate, the government invested more than $10 billion to deliver better outcomes for Canada's veterans. And in this new Parliament, the government will build on that work by improving mental health care supports and by helping ensure that every homeless veteran has a place to call home.
Canadians expect their leaders to stand up for the values and interests that are at core to Canada's prosperity and security: democracy, human rights, and respect for international law. Canadians expect the government to position Canada and Canadians for success in the world. As a trading nation, the government will seek out opportunities for Canadian commerce, ingenuity, and enterprise. As a coalition builder, the government will build partnerships with like-minded countries to put Canada's expertise to work on a global scale in areas like the promotion of democracy and human rights, the fight against climate change and for environmental protection, and the development and ethical use of artificial intelligence. Le Canada est un...
As an ally, the government will contribute to multilateral efforts to make the world more safe, just, prosperous, and sustainable. The government will renew Canada's commitment to NATO and United Nations peacekeeping. It will stand up for the rules-based international order when that order is put in question, particularly when it comes to matters of trade and digital policy. And it will continue to ensure that Canada's voice is present at the UN, notably on the UN Security Council. Finally, as a compassionate partner, the government will provide targeted resources for international development assistance, including investments in education and gender equality. It will help the world's poorest and most vulnerable people live better lives and become strong partners for Canada in turn. Parliamentarians, Canadians are counting on you to fight climate change, strengthen the middle class, walk the road of reconciliation, keep Canadians safe and healthy, and position Canada for success in an uncertain world. And with goodwill, humility, and a willingness to collaborate, you can do just that. You can raise the bar on what politics is like in this country. After all, the government knows that it needs to work with other parliamentarians to deliver results. The mandate of this recent election is a starting point, not the final word. The government is open to new ideas from all parliamentarians, stakeholders, public servants, and Canadians. Ideas like universal dental care are worth exploring, and I encourage Parliament to look into this.
Whether it's fighting money laundering or making parental benefits tax-free, there are good ideas across parties, and this government is ready to learn from you and work with you in the years ahead. Some believe that minority governments are incapable of getting things done, but Canada's history tells us otherwise. Canada's Parliament is one of the most enduring and vital institutions in the democratic world. It has delivered a tremendous way of life for the Canadian people through crisis and prosperity, through majority and minority governments. On December 31st, 1966, Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson welcomed Canada's centennial year and lit the centennial flame in front of the Parliament buildings for the first time. In his remarks, he said, "Tonight we begin a new chapter in our country's story. Let the record of that chapter be one of cooperation and not conflict, of dedication and not division, of service, not self, of what we can give, not what we can get. Let us work together as Canadians to make our country worthy of its honored past and certain of its proud future." In this 43rd Parliament, you will disagree on many things, but you will agree on a great many more. Focus on your shared purpose, making life better for the people you serve. Never forget that it is an honor to sit in this Parliament. Prove to Canadians that you are worthy holders of those seats and worthy stewards of this place. Members of the House of Commons, you will be asked to appropriate the funds to carry out the services and expenditures authorized by Parliament. Honorable members of the Senate and members of the House of Commons, as you carry out your duties and exercise your responsibilities, may you be guided by divine providence.
J'ai l'honneur de rapporter que les communes s'étant rendues au Sénat sur l'invitation de Son Excellence, la gouverneure générale. J'ai informé Son Excellence que j'avais été désigné président. En votre nom, j'ai réclamé les privilèges accordés d'ordinaire qu'il a plu à Son Excellence de bien vouloir.
To confirm.
order.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves for leave to introduce a bill respecting the administration of oaths of office. This motion is deemed adopted.
By Mr. Rodriguez, moves that the bill be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
I have the honor to inform the House that when this House did attend Her Excellency this day in the Senate chamber, Her Excellency was pleased to make a speech to both House of Parliament and to prevent mistakes. I have obtained a copy which is as follows. Shall I dispense? Agreed. Thank you. Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that the speech of Her Excellency delivered this day from the throne to both Houses of Parliament be taken into consideration later this day.
The House to adopt the motion. Carried. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that pursuant to a request made by the government under the provisions of Standing Order 55-1, he has caused to be published a special order paper giving notice of a government motion. I am therefore tabling on the table the relevant document.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer la...
I have the honor of informing the House that the following members have been appointed to the Board of Internal Economy under the provisions of the Parliament Act, Section 52.
Honourable Mr. Rodriguez, Member of the Queen's Privy Council, the Honourable Mr. Holland, the Honourable Pitsipa Taylor, Representative of the Government Caucus, L'Honourable Madame Bergen,
the Honourable Ms. Bergen, Mr. Strahl, representing the Conservative Party, Ms. de Bellefeuille, representative of the Bloc Québécois caucus, Mr. Julian, representative of the New Democratic caucus.
I'm sorry? Okay.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Government House Leader, that the House consider the supply at the next sitting. Now, in 1984, I'd like to say I myself was a page, and I would like to welcome the new pages here in the House, and I'd like to acknowledge them as being such an important part of the House's business.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that the House considers the business of supply at the next sitting. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
It is my duty to inform the House that a total of 1 day will be allotted to the supply period ending December 10th, 2019. Orders of the day.
Prise en considération du discours.
Consideration of the address by Her Excellency General to both Houses of Parliament.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it gives me pleasure to provide you with the letter.
Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale.
Her Excellency the Governor General transmit to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates A for the funds necessary for the administration, federal administration, for the fiscal year ending the 31st of March 2020 under Section 54 of the 1967 Constitution Act. And this budget is recommended to the House of Commons.
I'm sorry. L'honorable président du...
The Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Oh, excuse, l'honorable...
I'm sorry, the Government House Leader.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House until Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Standing Order 81.5 be replaced with the following. Supplementary estimates shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole House immediately after they are presented in the House. A committee of the whole shall consider and shall report, or shall be deemed to have reported, the same back to the House no later than one sitting day before the final sitting or the last allotted day in the current period. On a day appointed by a Minister of the Crown, consideration of the supplementary estimates shall be taken up by a committee of the whole at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for a period of time not exceeding 4 hours. During the time provided for consideration of estimates, no member shall be recognized for more than 15 minutes at a time, and the member shall not speak in debate for more than 10 minutes during that period. The 15 minutes may be used both for debate and for posing questions to the Minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary acting on behalf of the minister. When the member is recognized, he or she shall indicate how the 15 minutes is to be apportioned. At the conclusion of the time provided for the consideration of the business pursuant to this section, the committee shall rise, the estimates shall be deemed reported, and the House shall immediately adjourn to the next sitting day. Standing Order 8114A be amended by replacing the words "to restore or reinstate any item in the estimates" with the following: 24 hours, written notice shall be given to restore or reinstate any item in the estimates. Standing Order 54.1 be amended by adding the following: notice respecting a motion to restore or reinstate any item in the supplementary estimates A for the financial year ending March 31st, 2020, shall be laid on the table or filed with the clerk within 4 hours after the completion of consideration of said supplementary estimates in committee of the whole, and be printed in the notice paper of the day. Nonobstant l'article.
Notwithstanding Standing Order 83.1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on the pre-budget consultations no later than February 28, 2020, notwithstanding the provisions of any standing order for the duration of this session when a recorded division is to be held on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, except recorded divisions deferred to the conclusion of oral questions. The bells to call in the members shall be sounded for not more than 30 minutes. On December 5th, 2019, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment until the debate has been adjourned on the address in reply to the speech from the throne. On Friday, December 6th, 2019, the House shall meet at 9:30 a.m. to allow a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party to each make a statement not exceeding 5 minutes on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the events at École Polytechnique in Montreal, after which the House shall observe a moment of silence and then proceed to the orders of the day.
That's it.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister, does he have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
So carried. Orders of the day.
Consideration of a speech of Her Excellency the Governor-General to both Houses of Parliament.
Débat. Debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. I won't hide the fact that I'm a little nervous. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by taking a minute to congratulate you on your election. I have no doubt that you will be a fair and impartial speaker that parliamentarians and Canadians will be able to respect. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here in the House of Commons today in order to represent the people of Brome-Missisquoi. I want to thank them for having put their faith in me and having elected me. I am, in fact, very grateful to them. And I will work as hard as possible to represent all of the citizens of Brome-Missisquoi throughout my mandate. When I made the decision to get into politics, I had 3 goals: help other people, listen to people, and try to make a difference. Using everything that I learned in sports to bring it to the public arena and be closer to people. I think that the government has adopted the same approach. It wants to build on what it has already done and what it knows in order to get closer to the Canadian people and to meet its needs. In the past 4 years, the Liberal government has made concrete progress by taking action to invest in the middle class, grow the economy to benefit all, and to protect the environment. However, much remains to be done. In October, Canadians made the choice to move forward and to build on the progress that had been achieved while remembering the importance for all parliamentarians to work together and to put the community first and to find common ground.
Comme Son Excellence la Gouverneure.
As Her Excellency the Governor-General mentioned, Canadians have given us a mandate to govern this country. But we will not be able to do that without working together. Our government is determined to cooperate with the other parties here in the House, as well as with provincial and municipal governments, in order to achieve the best possible results for Canadians. Canadians want a government that is focused on the issues that affect them, like strengthening the middle class, helping those most in need, fighting climate change, and ensuring the health and safety of Canadians. Our government is committing in the speech from the throne to taking concrete action to address what could be described as the biggest challenge of our time, that is climate change. In order to do this, our government is committed to achieving the goal of net zero emissions by 2050. I understand that this is an ambitious goal, but it is necessary both in order to protect the environment as to ensure the country's economic growth. When it comes to the environment, the government will take measures to preserve Canada's natural heritage. I am convinced that my fellow citizens from Brome-Missisquoi will be very happy to hear that, considering that our beautiful riding has 2 border lakes that are sources of drinking water for our community. I'm talking about Memphremagog and Champlain Lakes. With the commitment of the government to make communities greener, to clean the air, and to ensure that we have solutions, nature-based solutions to fight against climate change, I think that we'll be able to look towards a greener future for our communities. With regard to our communities, it's important to remember that our communities are made up of people who are dealing with different challenges, both socially and economically.
Our government is committed to quickly reducing taxes for Canadians in order to put more money in the pockets of middle-class families and those most in need. Solutions to problems and the challenges of tomorrow will be found in the future leaders of Canada. Therefore, our government will provide greater support for students. This goes from the new diploma with the difficulties getting loan repayments and to acquiring new skills. We will be there for students. We must remember that before they become students, they are children and they need access to services and they need their parents. That is why our government is giving more time and money to parents in order to help them raise the Canadians of tomorrow. To do this, our government is committed to improving access to childcare, both in terms of the hours that these services are available, as well as to the financial accessibility of such services. The government believes that seniors and workers in Canada are important. Two ways the government can ensure their well-being is increasing pensions and the federal minimum wage. Furthermore, the Canadian government will continue to invest in affordable housing and to making the purchase of a first home easier to help Canadians have a roof over their heads. Finally, our government will ease the burden of households by reducing by 25% the cost of cell phone and wireless services. The well-being of Canadians is not just about income, work-life balance, or access to housing. It's also about access to the care they need when they need it. And that is why our government will work with the provinces and territories to improve health care for Canadians, be it by making it easier to get a family doctor or putting in place standards to ensure mental health is improved in the workplace. As mentioned in the throne speech, Canadians who get sick often have two challenges. The first is dealing with the illness, and the second is dealing with the financial difficulties related to the cost of medication. For that reason, our government is committed to taking measures to create and implement a pharmacare program. Since the beginning of my speech, I've been talking about people who make up Canada, but who are they, other than young people, seniors, workers, students, and parents? I'm talking about innovators, farmers, artists, entrepreneurs. They are members of our family, our neighbors. In order for them to reach their full potential, ensure that Canada can do so with them, it's important for our government to have an economic program that seeks to build a modern economy for Canada. And how can we build a modern economy, Mr. Speaker? We do it by ensuring that we have a flourishing, integrated North American economy. We do so by revising the rules regarding the new digital environment so that they're fair for everybody. We do this by eliminating obstacles to domestic and international trade, by investing in infrastructure, and by facilitating the creation and growth of businesses, startups, and small and medium-sized companies. Finally, we do so by putting in place a financial plan to ensure the growth and health of our economy. And that is what our government has committed to doing in the current speech from the throne. Canada also includes Aboriginal peoples who too often face specific challenges than the ones that I've mentioned throughout my speech so far. As Her Excellency the Governor-General indicated, it is thanks to these people that our country has been able to develop, and it is through their knowledge that we continue to be guided in our actions. In order to benefit from the knowledge of Aboriginal peoples, it's important to ensure that the reconciliation begun in the previous Parliament can continue and improve. And that is why our government indicated that reconciliation with the Aboriginal peoples was one of its most fundamental priorities, and it would continue to work to implement the calls for action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as well as the calls for justice from the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. Among the measures put forward in the throne speech, I'm particularly proud of our commitment to move forward with the development and the tabling of a bill to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Aboriginal Peoples in the first year of this mandate. For all too long, Aboriginal peoples have lived in less than stellar conditions, and that is why our government commits to continuing the work to lift all the long-term boil water advisories on reserve by 2021. It will ensure that water is drinkable for First Nations communities. That is also why the government will work with Aboriginal communities to eliminate the infrastructure deficit by 2030 and develop a bill to ensure that Aboriginal peoples have access to high-quality health care and mental health care that takes into consideration cultural needs. Our government will continue its efforts to work with the Aboriginal peoples to develop these measures, as well as to adopt measures to ensure that we respect the spirit, intent of treaties, agreements, and other constructive agreements that have been reached with Aboriginal peoples. As I mentioned already, Canadians want a government that ensures their security and safety. Therefore, the government is committed to doing more to fight against gender-based violence in Canada, be it by cooperating with partners to develop a national action plan or by supporting the strategy against gender-based violence. Gun crime is an issue in Canada. That is why the government will ban military-style assault weapons and will allow communities and municipalities that wish to prohibit handguns to do so. Since the beginning of my speech, I have been talking about the community, the Canadian community and local communities. But it's important to remember that we live in an increasingly interconnected world, and that it is important, therefore, for Canada to assume its role within this global community. Canadians are generous. They are full of compassion. It's important for them to share. They have an environmental conscience. As the Governor-General indicated, Canadians count on their leaders to defend their values and their interests domestically and abroad. That is why I applaud the announcement made by our government to establish partnerships with countries that share our values and our vision in order to ensure that the world can benefit from Canadian expertise in different areas, such as environmental protection and the fight against climate change, the promotion of human rights, and the promotion of democracy. Personally, I believe that the government's interests in people most in need can be something that we can share abroad. I believe that the government agrees with me because it has just committed to providing resources for international development, particularly investing in education, gender equality, as well as helping the most vulnerable and poorest people improve their quality of life. On a personal note, I am confident in our regions, our young peoples, our creators, and our businessmen and women. The people around us must remain our priority, and we must use them as an inspiration for what we do on a daily basis. I have worked hard over the last few years to get where I am today. And I have shown a great deal of determination throughout my life in order to exceed my own limits. But I have done so thanks to the support of those around me. I will continue to move forward quickly, both as an MP with the same strength and the same determination as I did so before. And that is why I have confidence in our government. And I believe that that is the way that the vehicle that will help me to move forward in my riding and my country. However, if there's anything that my past as an athlete has taught me, it's that it's much easier to move forward as a team than alone. And that all too often, when you do so as a team, the victory is all the greater and the sweeter. Therefore, I am eager to start to work with the members on all sides of the House in order to improve the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Je propose.
I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, that the address, the text of which follows, be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General of Canada. To Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of the Merit of Police Corps, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada. May it please Your Excellency, we, devoted and faithful subjects of Her Majesty, the House of Commons of Canada, assembled here in Parliament, respectfully beg Your Excellency to accept our humble thanks for the gracious speech that Her Excellency had addressed to both chambers of Parliament. Thank you.
Madame Bessette, appuyez.
Ms. Bessette, seconded by Mr. Wheely, move that the address, of which the text follows, be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General of Canada, the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit for Police Corps, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada. May it please Your Excellency, we, devoted and faithful subjects of Her Majesty, the House of Commons of Canada, assembled in Parliament, respectfully ask Your Excellency to receive our humble thanks for the gracious speech Your Excellency addressed to both chambers of Parliament. Questions? Comments? The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank all voters in the riding of Beauce. I am extremely proud to represent the cradle of entrepreneurship. Small and medium-sized businesses are one of the important pillars of our economy, in particular in the regions. They provide jobs to hundreds of thousands of people and create wealth across the country. Unfortunately, this government has attacked them when it said that they were not paying their fair share of taxes. What an insult when we know that often it is family businesses which work extremely hard to make both ends meet. One of the things SMEs have asked is for a reduction of the red tape which stands in the way of success. Will this government finally get the message and help SMEs in Canada instead of insulting them and making life harder for them? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. I would like to thank my colleague for the question. As I mentioned in my speech, this government wants to work as a team. So All of the concerns, if I can put it that way, will be studied together, and I am sure we will find solutions. Questions? Comments? The honourable member? The honourable member for Pavillon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to see that the fight against climate change is one of this government's priorities. In the Lower St. Lawrence, in Gaspésie, and elsewhere, we are already feeling the negative effects of climate change. People from Davignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia are being affected, and farmers are feeling these effects especially. This government is trying to connect polluting industries with climate change. These are two different issues which cannot be connected. We have to invest elsewhere rather and not in TMX. How is the government going to reach its ambitious climate change targets if it continues to invest in projects which are bad for the environment? The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. I understand her point of view because I myself represent a riding which has many lakes and rivers and many bodies of water, and we have the same problems. So this is an issue which I myself will raise with the government, and I think that together we will be able to find solutions. Thank you. Questions? Comments?
Center.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate you on your preferment, and through you, if I could, congratulate my friend, the honourable member, on her speech. Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate her exuberance, although I do not share it. Canadians need action, and they need it right now. We've heard these words before. The question, through you, Mr. Speaker, is will this government act now on reconciliation by Stop Dragging Indigenous Kids to Court? Will this government act now on climate change and not wait until 2050? Will this government act now on affordable housing, including social housing? Will this government act, Mr. Speaker, on a pharmacare system that is truly national and public and comprehensive?
L'honorable député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi.
Question. I will answer in English. The government is ready to do the effort that is needed for the environment. They know there's a lot to do, but we are ready, and we definitely want to work together to try to achieve those goals that we have put on papers, and we want them to be real. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Well, member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, with my first ever question in the House of Commons, I'd like to thank the people of Kildonan St. Paul. They elected me on a mandate to fight for everyday Canadians, and that's exactly what I plan to do. As we know, there are troubling economic times on the horizon, and as we heard today, this government's only plan is to spend more taxpayer dollars. And yet, while reckless government spending is at a record high, it has done nothing to help people get ahead. Nearly half of all Canadians are only $200 away from not being able to pay their bills. Meanwhile, this Liberal government is only making life more expensive and jeopardizing the lives of, or the futures of everyday Canadians and young Canadians. And while extra costs might not matter to millionaires like the Prime Minister and many of his colleagues, we know that Canadians cannot afford life getting more expensive. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. Can the member opposite tell us why the Liberal agenda is so out of touch with the financial challenges facing Canadian families?
Before we go to the next, or to the answer, I just want to remind the honourable members that taking personal slights at people does not really help things. So I just want to point that out, and hopefully that'll work. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi.
Thank you, my colleague, for your question. I would like to say that the government has been doing a lot of work to try to reduce taxes and income tax to the medial class families, and I think we're going to keep going in that direction. Hopefully we can all work together to make everybody happy, which is almost impossible, but to try to reach an equality and a unity. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to first recognize the voters for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte who put their trust in me. I will work very hard to validate that trust. They say that health is wealth. Well, in the speech from the throne, there are many good intentions. That's not a bad thing, because many of our constituents have shared their concerns with us, but the government has to walk the talk, and good intentions have to lead to real results. Real results must be achieved by respecting provincial jurisdiction, including Quebec's. In federal transfer payments, or rather, these transfers have to take into account an increase in health costs. At the last meeting of the Federation, provinces have agreed that federal health transfers must be increased. Will the government accede to this request? The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you to my colleague for his question. It's a question which is a little difficult for me, but what I can say is that I truly believe in health. I was an Olympic athlete for many years, so health was extremely important in my life. I can assure you that when it comes to health, the government will do what it must do to help the provinces to ensure that all Canadians are healthy and can benefit from their magnificent country. Before resuming debate,
while you're giving your speech, keep an eye on the speaker. I have a clock right here that tells how much time we have left. And normally what I do, if it's a 20-minute speech, I'll give you a 5-minute, then a 3, and a 1. And if it's a 10-minute, I'll go 3 and then 1. So it just gives you an idea where it's at. I know some of you are new, and that's something that it takes a while to catch up with. But I just thought I'd make it easier, and it helps us all stay on time and makes life a little bit more pleasant for all of us. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais le répéter en français.
I will repeat this in French. In the past, what I did when it came to 20-minute speeches, when 5 minutes were left remaining, I held up 5 fingers, then 3 fingers. That was for a 20-minute speech. For a 10-minute speech, I give the 3-minute warning and the 1-minute warning, 3 fingers, 1 finger. So this lets you know how much time you have left to speak. Now, continuing.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, sea to sky country.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to offer you my congratulations on being elected today. You played a central role in the work that we all do here, and I wish you well. Tenoya, Amash Astren Tu Moshena, Chichi Yat Taula Te Shisha. It is an honor to rise in this chamber today and to second the motion of my esteemed colleague, the member of Brome-Missisquoi, regarding the address in reply to the speech from the throne. Canadians have delivered our government an ambitious mandate to improve their lives, strengthen this country, and bolster Canada's place in the world. Today's speech from the throne provides our government a roadmap on how to get there. Over the next few minutes, I will speak with pride to this House about some of the details of how we plan to navigate through this roadmap. But first, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. They have given me the privilege to serve them in this House of Commons as their Member of Parliament. I want to thank my constituents for placing their trust in me. I am grateful to my constituents from all corners of our large and diverse riding, and I would like to recognize the thriving communities in Pemberton, up the Sunshine Coast, and those on Bowen Island. Every day I take my seat in this chamber, I will never forget why I'm here: to serve the people in my constituency and to help build a better Canada. And before going further, I'd also like to have a special thanks to my family and especially my partner, Nicole, who have supported me in this endeavor and often doing the hard work behind the scenes, which is often a thankless job. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I believe the speech from the throne has provided us all with a reminder of the responsibilities that have been entrusted for us. Millions of Canadians cast their votes in the election this October, and they have sent us all a very clear message. Canadians want their politicians to put the public interest first. They want us to work together on the things that matter to them, to their families, and to their communities. They have elected a minority government with an important agenda to fight climate change, strengthen the middle class, and help create good, well-paying jobs, to make life more affordable for Canadians, to continue to firmly on the path of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, to keep our citizens safe on our streets with less gun violence, to strengthen our healthcare system and modernize it for the 21st century, to provide more affordable housing, to provide investments in infrastructure, public transit, science, and innovation, and finally, to secure Canada's place in this world. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the important challenges that lie ahead of us. They are challenges not just for the government, but for all parliamentarians. It's that simple. We all have a mandate to find common ground in this Parliament. The government is ready to work hard to make historic progress in all of these areas. I am confident that with goodwill, my colleagues from all sides of the House can work together to make the changes that Canadians want. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I know we can come together as parliamentarians. I've seen it in my work before being elected to this House. As an environmental and natural resource management lawyer, I have seen firsthand what can happen when people collaborate. I have supported governments around the world to improve the management of aquatic ecosystems, as well as the governance of natural resource sectors on behalf of the United Nations and other international development agencies. I have represented First Nations, municipalities, small businesses, nonprofits on environmental and corporate legal matters. It is not unusual, Mr. Speaker, for people to come to the table with very different interests, but it's also not unrealistic for them to walk away with a shared agenda and common goals. It happens in communities throughout the country. It can happen here in the House of Commons. That spirit of cooperation can also happen as leaders throughout our country work together to find solutions on our shared challenges. Mr. Speaker, as someone who was born and raised in West Vancouver and the Sunshine Coast, I am proud that the speech from the throne has spoken clearly about the importance of all of our country's regions and their local needs. This government knows that the economic concerns being felt by Canadians in our regions are real. It is listening to Canadians in those regions. On this, Canadians can be sure. The government will work with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous groups, stakeholders, industries, and Canadians to find solutions. Mr. Speaker, there is no greater challenge facing this country, and indeed this world, than fighting climate change. The science on this growing threat to our planet is clear. It is undeniable. Already we are seeing the effects: devastating floods and forest fires, coastal erosion, and pollution of our oceans. The changes to the world we know now will only grow worse, spiraling faster and faster in the coming years and decades. We are leaving a world to our children and our grandchildren that could be much different than the world that we have grown up in. We recognize this threat. We must act, and we must do our best to fight this threat. I believe strongly in this government's pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. I'm committed to building upon this groundbreaking plan to ensure that Canadian businesses will seize upon the immense economic opportunities that are involved in the transition to the clean economy of the 21st century. Over the past 4 years, our government has provided national leadership to take action on climate change. In October's election, a clear majority of Canadians voted in favor of ambitious climate action. The speech from the throne has made it clear that this government will deliver. We will set a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, and our goal will be ambitious but necessary as we both protect the environment while we grow the economy. We have already taken the lead in ensuring that there is a price on pollution throughout the country. We will continue working with our partners to reduce emissions in the years ahead. There are many other important measures that this government will take. We will help make energy-efficient homes more affordable. We will make it easier for Canadians to buy zero-emissions vehicles. Whistler is already leading the way in this, in changing our transportation habits. Last month, I attended the Electric Vehicle Sustainability Summit in Whistler to talk about how governments and companies can work together to achieve our zero-emissions targets. Also, Mr. Speaker, we will work towards making clean and affordable power available in all of our communities. We will work with companies in the transition to the clean technology future. An example of this is Huron Clean Energy in Squamish, which is facing the climate crisis head-on. It's just one example of the companies providing the technology and the solutions we need in our transition to the low-carbon economy. Their leadership in the field of carbon capture is turning our home riding into a hub for clean technology. Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, our country has experienced strong growth, but too many Canadians have difficulty keeping up with the rising costs of living. Our government is determined to take action to make life more affordable for Canadians. And the speech from the throne has identified some of the areas where we'll be taking action on behalf of our citizens. We will cut taxes for all Canadians except the wealthiest. This will provide more money in the pockets of hard working-class Canadians that need it the most. We will continue to take action with significant investments in affordable housing. Too many Canadians are unable to buy their first home. We will also introduce measures to make it easier for more people to purchase their homes. This government will take action to ease the concerns faced by workers, families, and seniors. We will assist parents with the time and money they need to raise their children. We will support students as they bear the costs of higher education and skills training. We will increase the federal minimum wage. We will reduce cell phone bills by 25%. We will strengthen pensions for our seniors. And as we take these measures, we'll press ahead with an economic agenda that benefits all Canadians in the years ahead. Our government is committed to moving ahead with the new NAFTA agreement with the United States and Mexico. We will continue to make significant investments in infrastructure throughout the country, and we will work to tear down the trade barriers now faced by businesses and farmers when they look to achieve success both internationally and domestically. And as we are doing all this, Mr. Speaker, our government will stay focused on growing the economy with a fiscal plan that is responsible. The speech from the throne has placed a great emphasis on another key pillar of this government's agenda. 4 years ago, we promised to put Canada on a path towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. For far too long, our country neglected to take the actions that have been necessary to give Indigenous peoples a real shot at success. We said that must change, and we took the first steps on that road to reconciliation. It is a long road, but we have seen real progress in just 4 years. 87 long-term drinking water advisories have been eliminated. There is greater equity in funding for First Nations education. Parliament has passed legislation to protect Indigenous languages and affirm Indigenous jurisdiction over child and family services. and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls held important hearings and delivered its report. But this is just the beginning. The work towards reconciliation has not ended. This government is committed to doing more, and here are just some examples. We will work towards eliminating all long-term drinking water advisories on reserve by 2021. We will co-develop and introduce legislation to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the first year of our mandate. We will co-develop legislation so that Indigenous peoples have access to culturally relevant and high-quality mental health care and quality health care services. And we will ensure that Indigenous peoples who have been harmed under the child welfare system that has been discriminatory will be compensated in a fair and timely manner. And we will live up to the spirit and intent of treaties, agreements, and other arrangements with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, one of any government's top responsibilities is to provide a place for its citizens where they can feel safe and where their quality of life is good. In recent years, Canadians have increasingly seen stories in the media about deaths in the communities as a result of gun violence. Each of these violent episodes has been a tragedy. Too many Canadians have been killed. Too many relatives have grieved the loss of a loved one. Our government has pledged to act. We will crack down on the gun crime that is haunting too many of our communities. We will ban military-style assault rifles and take steps to introduce a buyback program for the weapons. We will work towards giving municipalities that want to ban handguns the ability to do so. Mr. Speaker, in each of our communities, and indeed within our own families, there is often no more important issue as the ability to access high-quality health care. For many decades now, Canadians have recognized that a publicly funded universal health care system, Medicare, is what makes us strong as a country. As we head into 2020, more than a half century after the birth of Medicare, it's important that we all work together as Canadians to strengthen and to modernize it. The speech from the throne has laid out an ambitious but achievable agenda to make that happen. Our government will be working with the provinces and territories to strengthen the healthcare system so that Canadians get the service they deserve. Too many Canadians can't get access to primary care family doctors and to mental health care. We will work with provinces, territories, and health professionals to change that. The scourge of opioid and substance abuse has also cost too many lives and shattered too many families. We need to do more to help people struggling with their addictions. And finally, it is time to bring Medicare into the 21st century. Modern-day medicine means physicians are increasingly able to treat their patients through medication. And yet, too many patients who fall ill are unable to afford the costly prescriptions that they are prescribed. And so they become even more sick. Mr. Speaker, this is just not fair. As the speech from the throne says, pharmacare has become the key missing piece of the universal health care in this country. And our government will take steps to introduce and implement a national pharmacare program so that Canadians have the drug coverage they need. I look forward to all members of this House working together to achieve this historic objective. As we look towards improving the lives of Canadians, we must never forget that we have a responsibility to also promote our core values on the international stage. Those values include the promotion of democracy, protection of human rights, and respect for international law. Our government will work in the tradition of being a coalition builder globally in these areas. We will stand up for the rules-based international order. And we will renew our commitment to NATO and to the United Nations peacekeeping missions. Canada's voice will be heard at the United Nations, particularly in the Security Council. And we will not forget that Canadians are a compassionate people. We will provide targeted funds for international development, including for education and gender equality. I would like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by returning to where I began earlier in my remarks. Canadians have sent us here to work constructively on their behalf. As the speech from the throne reminds us, our role in this democratic process is a privilege and a responsibility. Indeed, we have been reminded that we are here to serve everyone, regardless of gender, faith, language, custom, or skin color. We are here to make a better Canada. I believe the speech from the throne has provided us all with a roadmap of how to travel that road. And I would encourage members to join together and work in collaboration as we move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor and a privilege to rise here today in the House of Commons to represent the interests of Regina Wascana. Canada is more divided than ever before. Deep cracks are showing in our Confederation. Under the Liberals, our economy has been bleeding jobs, particularly in the natural resource sector. The Prime Minister has overseen the cancellation of more than $100 billion in investment in energy projects, largely because of the concerns over the No More Pipelines Bill, C-69, and the tanker ban, Bill C-48. The Montreal Economic Institute said recently, people are giving up on Canada as a safe place to invest in natural resources. It's seen as a very hostile environment now. Mr. Speaker, people in my riding and my province of Saskatchewan are concerned that no one in the Liberal government is listening. Yes. And there's absolutely nothing concrete in today's throne speech to address these very real concerns. Yeah. Can the member opposite please tell the House what this government will do to repair the damage they have done to the resource sector and to national unity?
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the member opposite for his question. Over the last 4 years, we've brought in a new way of assessing industrial projects through the Impact Assessment Act. This is a piece of legislation that went through a long period of consultation and negotiation, and we now have an ability to assess projects in a way that is going to assess the impacts, but also do it in a time-bound manner. We need to have certainty in these types of projects so we can ensure that we hear the voices, we can properly assess them, and that good projects can actually get built. And that's what we accomplished through this new legislation, and this is what's going to serve us well going forward, so we do actually have those projects built. In addition to that, this government has heard loud and clear the concerns of different regions of this country, and for that reason, we have focused on having different members of our caucus to be the eyes and ears within Western Canada and in Quebec, and that is going to be a major focus going forward.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, allow me to thank all the citizens of the riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue who have put their trust in me. Today, being a member from an agricultural riding, I'm pleased to see the commitment to compensation for supply-managed producers. I also want to salute you for ensuring that producers will be receiving a check shortly. This is an important file for us. We have worked closely with producers in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and we know that producers need more than just compensation. They don't want there to be any more breaches in the supply managed sector. So I would like to know if this government will commit to not opening up any breaches in supply management.
Vancouver Sunshine Coast C2 Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking my colleague opposite for the question. And this government is committed to working hard on behalf of our farmers and our supply management, dairy farmers, producers. And that's why when we negotiated the new NAFTA, we've included ways of compensating the supply managed farmers for the increase in people that are going to be accessing our markets. And going forward, we're going to be focused on working with all Canadians to strengthen the current industries that we have and also be supporting the development of new industries. And for that reasons, for instance, we're going to be focused on creating the conditions so we can move forward in the future and benefit from the clean energy economy of the 21st century.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona. My apologies.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to be able to stand in this House for the first time and represent the members of Edmonton Strathcona that were kind enough to trust me to represent them in this House. Students in Alberta are really suffering. The cost of university and college is skyrocketing, and young people are unable to pay for their education. They are graduating with crippling debt of over $27,000. And worse than that, the federal government has been profiting off the back of our kids.
Shame.
This government has given away billions to the most profitable corporations by forgiving their loans while keeping our students on the hook. So why was there nothing in this throne speech to help Canada's young people who are struggling with student debt?
Good question. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea-Doo Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. And the concerns of all Canadians, and especially students, are top of mind of this government. For that reason, in our platform, we committed to not having student loans be payable until you make $35,000. This will make a very big difference for people so that they're not actually being charged interest on their loans until they're in the position they're able to repay them. So it's really important that we do have we're creating the success or the conditions for success for our young people as they move into their new careers.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by congratulating my fellow MPs in this room for their hard-earned election, and I'd like to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for your election today. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand here today to speak on behalf of the great people of Port Moody Coquitlam, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them with all my heart for putting their trust in me to represent them here in the House of Commons. My desire as a Member of Parliament is to help improve the quality of life of my constituents and to help them prosper. Home ownership is a basic aspect of individual security and flourishing. Mr. Speaker, the residents in my riding are worried about the cost of living, and buying a home is often out of reach for young people, young families, and even those with substantial savings.
That's right.
The throne speech did not address the concerns raised by many in my riding about the mortgage stress test. The housing plan they have put forward will do nothing to help the hardworking Canadians in my community who are dreaming of buying a home. Will the member opposite tell the House when the government will put forward a real plan that addresses and will resolve the reality that people are living through in my riding?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Port Moody Coquitlam for her question. Housing affordability is a top concern throughout the country, but particularly in the Lower Mainland. And for this reason, we've committed to increasing the first-time homebuyers incentive, so this makes life more affordable for people getting their first homes. And going forward, we're also going to be looking at developing more affordable housing through the National Housing Strategy. It's a 10-year, $40 billion plan to make actual real action and investments, and so we can have everybody has a safe place to live and a roof over their head.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup et félicitations.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the members who participated in this debate today.
Parliament who gave speeches and who asked questions of those two members. I must say my preference was for the questions more than the speeches, but we'll hear some more about this tomorrow. Obviously, I have a different perspective on the throne speech that we all heard today, but I think it would be more appropriate for me to expound on that tomorrow instead of today. So I move, seconded by the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill, that the debate be now adjourned.
Best idea all day. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Alisev, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Leader.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I'd like to inform all honourable colleagues that tomorrow shall be the first day of debate for the address in reply to the speech from the throne. I
would also like to note that the House will meet tomorrow, as mentioned, at 9:30 for the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the tragic events that occurred at the Polytechnic. On Monday, we will resume the address debate, and then the House will then resolve itself into committee of the whole to study supplementary estimates A, which were tabled earlier this afternoon. Next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday shall be days for the address debate. And, Mr. Speaker, next Tuesday shall be an allotted day. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I moved, seconded by the Minister of Heritage, that the House do now adjourn.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moves that the House do now adjourn. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Adopté.
Carried.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.